Yo, Pedro, thanks for 22 months. Is this like a, like, using your brain kind of game? Yo. Yo, Apoc Legacy with the 5 gifted, thank you. No? Okay. Alright, well. We game. You can't screw this up. Choices matter, game. I'm terrible at making choices. Oh no. Yo, Ned, thank you for the 15 months. Please choose a screen and subtitle. Do we want subtitles? English subtitles? I like subtitles, but I know some people don't fuck with them. I personally like them. Okay, we will use the subtitles. Have you played the Stanley Parable? No. No! Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Enter the current time. Wait, why does this matter? It is, 5:33 p.m. Shit. Don't question it. Okay. 5:33 p.m. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay! 30. Oh, it just changed! There's a delay! There's a delay! Okay, FOV, make that shit huge so I don't throw up on stream. Reduce motion. This is fine, I think. We good?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Yeah, Whisper's 4
Stanley
months.
worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Hi, Emmy. Just
Hello.
wanted to say I love watching your streams.
Thank you.
He sat at his
Appreciate
desk
it.
in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Oh, he was happy. So it's fine.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
No.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say
He's alone.
hi.
Eyesight, thanks for
Never in
32
all
months.
his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses,
This is one
he
of
got
my
up from his
favorite
desk
games
Yo, what's
of
up,
all
Taco?
time.
out of his
Let's fucking
office.
go.
Thanks for the 94 fucking months, bruh. Oh shit, okay, I'm playing the game now. Okay. Holy shit, the sensitivity is high. Let me turn it down. 2. Okay. Damn, I'm fast.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
They left. I'm gonna do it even. 0.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Fix camera. What is it? Okay, yeah, I don't need that wide FOV for this kind of game. Where'd everybody go? Where are they? So this is a choices game? Where do the choices come in? Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So the game's telling me what to do, but I could choose to ignore the game. Are you a rule follower or a rule breaker? If I go right, is he gonna get mad at me and yell at me? I really don't like being yelled at.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
What if I don't want to stop by the employee lounge?
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Can I interact with anything at all?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
He's being rude and condescending. I'm gonna stare at the pictures to spite him.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Bro, why are you so obsessed with me?
This is why everyone left.
Oh yeah, everyone left because I'm obsessed with the break room because I deserve a break after sitting at my desk for an hour.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Okay, but what if it's not? What if it's a trick? Game knows you're a creep. I'm not a creep. You're anonymous with the 5 gifted, thank you. I'm out.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing
room
let
me back in.
And took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
He took the first open door on his left. That's a creepy fucking room. What's in here?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay. Do not jump from the cargo lift while in motion. Will cause death.
Look,
Oh
Stan,
shit, it's
I
moving!
think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing
Will
but
I die
you
if I just jump
all
off?
this time.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that!
In his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets
I
to tell him
actually
what to
I was
do,
just trying to peek over
Stanley
the
leapt
edge.
from the platform and plunged to
no.
his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I got the killing myself end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Should I follow the same path and just not kill myself, or should I try the other
When
route?
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I kind of want to just keep going the route I was going and not... Okay.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Suppressor, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you, thank you.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Fuck this guy. Yo, black dude, thank you for 29 months. Welcome
Look,
back.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy.
Okay, this time I will not plunge to my
I realize
death.
that investing your trust in
I
someone
swear.
else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Her? Who's her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Why is... I don't trust him. This room looks... what is this?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Hello, Emmy.
Hello. It's not even letting me answer the phone. Unless there's like some button I don't know about.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
No, I didn't!
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Uh-oh.
No,
he's mad.
It's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits.
That's never gonna happen
Not
now.
Picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
I love this shit so
Please
far.
observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice.
Oh my gosh.
It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice.
Imagine being named
He
Rupert.
could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here,
I would
the real
forget how to
world makes
read.
sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real.
I met a lot of people that
Allow
aren't real,
the
though.
person to finish their thought,
They're not
then
real.
provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
What does that mean?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
Wow.
Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Okay.
Welcome back.
What the
You
fuck?
may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Is there some way to not listen to what he says? Aren't we just going back?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
He prevented me from killing myself
Dying
again!
senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Okay. I'm sure this game has a lot of like small little things you can do that are kind of hidden, but I'll just finish my first playthrough, I guess. I'll just play it organically.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would.
Okay.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
One day I'll be able to watch a full stream from beginning to end. Smiley face.
Yes, Septia, thanks for the 4 months. And Rob, 43 months. He's gonna get mad at me, but I want to see what happens. Uh-oh.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Open the door! Why is he trying to stop me from having fun? There's gotta be a way to not do what he says, right? What's wrong, Cheddar? Bro is roaming and screaming. Well, I'm sure there's some way to do it, but I don't know how to do it, so I guess I'm just gonna keep going through the game. It's a first playthrough, so it's fine. What is this? It's fucked up over here too!
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about,
Oh,
that you...
no, what did
my
I do?
story, you've destroyed my work! Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now.
Shut up!
And what am I supposed to do?
Shut up!
Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work?
Oh, there's a red door over there.
What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Well... What is going on? Well... What?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
I was just trying to fuck with the game.
It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
Yes.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
Okay.
That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you?
Nope.
You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
Everything's fixed now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, He entered the door on his left.
There's no way it's like a full restart, right? Like, he's gonna crash out if I go right.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story
I don't know why I got
first.
jump
I'm
scared
quite
by a
sure you'll
black
be up to
screen.
the
That's
task.
embarrassing.
Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
And do it again. The darkness. Wait, he's not saying anything this time. He's awfully quiet.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story
I guess
first.
he's just gonna keep
I'm
doing
quite
that?
sure
I
you'll
don't
be
know.
up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley
I don't
came
know
to a
because
set of 2
I didn't
open
expect
doors,
it. Again,
he
I don't
entered the
know
door
even
on
what
his
happened.
left.
Okay, one more time, and then if it happens again, I'm just gonna assume that there's like no other like options that can happen.
No! Why did you do that?
It's the same, I
Quickly,
think.
hurry back.
Okay.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing
Fine, I guess
responsibly and
I'll go
always
left
putting
this
the
time.
story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
Let's
All
keep
right.
going right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh. Now I'm stuck in here. Oh, it's normal in here now.
Yet there was
for-
not a single
Oh.
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball. Okay. Using slides to ensure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a. Everyone's unique. You most of all. Really? Wow. Number of slides on this slide. Charts, slides, charts, and slides. Wow, this looks like a really fun meeting room.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
This is a fancy office, kind of weird.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an
Wow, what a
indication of any
surprise.
human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just
Sean,
last
thanks for
week.
3 months.
Night Shark 115.
Night Shark
Was this the code to
115?
open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Shark 115. Guys, it didn't work. Yo, Sean with the 100 gifted. Thank
Stanley
you.
spoke the code. Night Shark 115.
Yell
He spoke
it.
it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Night Shark 115!
Okay, fine. You're not gonna do it?
What? I'm
But you know
doing
what?
it!
It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect.
Is there even mic stuff in this game, or are y'all fucking with me?
He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Yeah. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me.
Because you told me to.
You.
Oh. What?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door.
The end.
Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong.
There's 20 endings?
I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know.
The narrator's so sad.
The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide.
He's going crazy, he's losing his mind.
The best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
I'm gonna
knew it
speed run to
well.
catch up.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, why did it not let me answer the phone? Was it because I wasn't standing next to
The lounge
it?
was sublime. A work of...
Or hold on, let me see. General player controls. 4 left jump. Interact. Crouch auto walk. Okay, so it is E.
But what was it about but eager to get back to business?
Audio main. There is no mic, is there? I feel like I'm being fucked with.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
And what happens? Oh, I can close that door. Haha.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
This door has a key card thing. I don't know if that matters.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to jump down this time without
someone you've
killing
been
myself.
Stanley. Someone you forgot.
Whee!
What? Really?
Yippee!
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen
Yes!
to you? What? I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I don't know about that. Where the fuck are we?
Now listen carefully, this is important.
The red door and the
Stanley
blue door.
walked through the red door.
Blue door!
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked
the blue door's behind
through
me.
the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yes.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yes.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Skill tree would have been sick.
You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback.
Ooh.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of
What
where we
the
were
fuck?
before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
I mean, I gotta see what's in here.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations.
He's
saw ways
offended.
the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Stanley Parable worldwide leaderboard. Is this speed run? Huh? Okay.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again,
No.
honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger.
What
You click
is
the button
going
to move him back
on?
to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail.
Oh,
it's a
no.
very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
4
so why don't you give it
hours?
4 hours of play to make sure it's effective. Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Guys, I think I should just let the baby burn. Where'd I get you from? Oh.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might
I'm
improve the
sorry.
experience for me.
I
I'm not
can't
even
be
going
here
to
for
try.
4
I'm
hours.
I'm out. I'm done.
Oh.
It's over.
Oh no.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Someone else's game.
Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this
Is
game
this
is about, Stanley?
Firewatch?
What's our
Yeah.
backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent
A
civilians
creepy
below
man?
you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted
What
erotic
the fuck?
purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Oh, okay, we get to go outside. Sure. The fuck?
Oh no. No, it can't be.
What? What can't be? What's he freaking out about?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
What? No! What are you doing? No!
Thank goodness, Stanley, what a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any...
Oh yeah, this guy wouldn't like that. Oh, he's gonna be sick.
Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Oh, another
Preferably
game.
something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
He's having too
Okay,
much
I
fun.
think this will be just the thing.
Is this fucking... It's fucking Rocket
Wonderful.
League.
See, this
What
is
the
exactly what
fuck?
I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in.
Oh,
there isn't any
I'm in a
possibility
box.
that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley,
Am I the
if you
ball?
manage to get lost in this game,
I'm not a
I will
car.
be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sportsball?
Sportsball.
I think it's sportsball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Am I gonna have to play Rocket League? Oh god! Wait, which goal's mine though? I don't know. Classic. Bounces off,
Are you
doesn't go
doing
in.
it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Oh,
Is
it's
it better
so
than my
fun.
miserable little story that
I
worked
love
so hard on?
I heckin' love
Stanley,
Rocket
I have a
League.
thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes... Hold on. What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have so much...
Oh no. Guys, there's a... Ah! Where am I? Where am I? This is scary! Am I gonna get jump scared again? Guys, I never thought I'd say it. I kinda miss the narrator.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now.
Who?
I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it, he'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Oh. Wait, was that an ending? Or is it still continuing?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, I think this time I either want to actually follow his instructions or call my wife.
Open doors, he entered the door on his
You have
left.
Elia, thank you for the 4 months. Do I call wife or do my job?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I've played these games before!
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Literally. I've
Standing now
played
in this
these
incredible
games
room,
before!
Stanley but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh, I've also never gone through this story yet.
Stanley
Lots
was so
of things
bad
I
at
can
following
try.
directions, it's incredible
Yeah, I also
he
didn't
wasn't
try the
5
red
years
door.
ago.
Ooh. Lots of things to
Stanley, I
try.
think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Me.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now,
Okay,
I'm
wife
not
time.
asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I'm spamming E. Oh, there we go. This isn't my
Stanley,
wife.
is that
Oh!
you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
No. I just want to see if there's anything over here.
But you're in my story now.
Okay. I'm sorry.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Oh.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating
We get
lunch.
to eat lunch.
Now he's going home.
We get to go home.
Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind,
He doesn't even
in his
have a real
mind, he
wife.
can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Please press Y to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Please press R to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice.
Yes.
It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Please press F to prepare dinner. I mean, am I lame that I think, like, you know, coming home, watching TV, hanging out with your friends, and preparing dinner sounds like a nice life? Why is the narrator being so mean?
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Please press M to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Please press U to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer.
Oh, wife is
there
gone.
possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Press H to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Press X to be at work in the morning.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Please press F to question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed
Please
a button.
die!
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Oh my god, what an ending! Jesus! Okay, so I still haven't done the red door or actually followed his instructions.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Wait, why did it open this time?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
There's nothing there.
There was nothing here. No choice to make,
Goodbye.
no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Can just hide in the closet instead of going to work or facing your wife for any
It
of
was
your
baffling
friends or
that Stanley was
responsibilities.
still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Fuck all. Sweet fuck all.
Are you really
Being
still
a
in the
broom is
closet?
nice.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Imagine the piece of having a mental breakdown
You
at
do
work
realize
and
there's no
having a
choice
closet
or
to hide
anything
in.
here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Peaceful closet.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your
XD.
friends find this concerning.
Lumpy Pumpkin, thanks for the 39 months.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Oh my
That or
god,
with drug
fat and
money.
ugly.
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
That's not true.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system.
I died
and
in
you
the
collapsed on
closet?
keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins
Oh.
to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place,
Well, I'm
making
dead,
sure
guys.
they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
No. What if I don't want to do that still?
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable.
Oh.
At the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Is that the end of the dialogue? Uri cubed 13 months.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs.
Oh
to
wait,
his
last time
boss's
it didn't give
office.
me an option to go downstairs. Yeah, last time I couldn't go downstairs at all.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked
Where's
down?
my feet?
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real.
Very
And at
strange.
last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream.
It was all a dream ending.
What a relief Stanley felt.
Yo,
to have
Yoda, thanks
finally
for the
found an
37
answer,
months.
An explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Ah!
Then he imagined
I'm
himself
floating!
soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid?
Wait,
And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head.
wait, it's a
One
loop.
he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing
I'm
and
trapped in a loop.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
Man.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in
Oh my
control.
god, he's just
that
yapping
this
like
was a
crazy.
dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
Oh shit.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons.
Yo, see you next
Please.
Thursday.
It's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up.
Jesus.
My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office.
Jesus.
I'm real. Please.
Oh my
just
god,
someone
why is the
tell me
screen
I'm
turning
real. I
red?
must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh. Jeez, poor Stanley. He's having like a crazy,
This is the story
like...
of a woman named Mariella.
Who?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
Who?
She
Who's
arose, got
Mariella?
dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Oh my
And though she
god!
would soon turned to go call for an ambulance, For just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Gotta go to work. Sorry, bro. Oh my god. I really like this game so far. So basically, is Stanley a guy who had like a normal,
Stanley thought to himself, am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
For now? Oh. Oops, I locked it. So Stanley's like a normal guy with like a basically good but boring life, and he just like went insane, basically. Yeah, he's just a chill guy.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
About game development, how players don't behave as expected.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes, fuck you.
I don't know how to convince
you
of
I will
this,
do the red door
this
time.
I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay, I want to make it so it does the red door with all the signs. I don't know if it makes any difference if it's like that.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's
I'm going in a loop again.
I wanted to stop.
Help.
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
2 doors. I mean, they might be the same, honestly.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
What the fuck?
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
Happy?
I actually feel happy.
Just looking at the orbs. Yo, goat. 10 months. Oh my god, he's doing like a color light show. He's happy. I'm just saying if like something else happens before I leave and he probably gets pissed at me.
No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we?
Uh-oh. He's gonna be mad.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Wait, he finally has an ending that he likes. He's like, no, please don't leave. Well, gotta go. Sorry.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
I feel bad.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
It's okay, narrator guy. We can look at the pretty lights together forever.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Just look at the schizo lights forever. Yep. Very good. Very mesmerizing. Okay, I'm bored. I gotta go kill myself now.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
Does he keep trying to convince me if I go back again?
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
No, you can't kill yourself in here. I'm trying. Alright, I'm done tricking him and playing with his feelings is cruel. I'm gonna kill myself now, finally. Goodbye, Mr. Stanley Parable.
No!
Oh, I'm alive.
Thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
I don't want to sit in your pretty lights room forever.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Bro, I'm walking slower now. My legs are broken.
Is this really how much you dislike my game? But you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Goodbye, narrator.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
We're back.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Oh.
What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me.
Yay!
In here I can be happy forever.
Forever!
I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh, anytime now. Oh. Oh. And nothing happens because he doesn't do anything with his life. Okay,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
I
decided
haven't
to go
done
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
the
missed
door
a
on the
memo.
left after the break room, or like fully followed all of his instructions from the start. When,
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
New content? What?
Oh, new content?
What?
What does that mean, new content?
I didn't expect to see that. What is going on? Where are we going? Where are we? What the fuck? I'm scared.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Wow, on home computers, huh?
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Salem, 9 months.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
This is fun. It's like we're at fucking Disney World.
Please.
Oh shit, new content! New content time!
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see
Yo,
the
Limon,
new
31
Ultra
months.
Deluxe content.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, let's go.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet.
I've
but I'm
played
sure
these
it's
games
just the beginning
before.
Of a mesmerizing adventure.
Am I supposed to press something?
Oh.
Oh.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or
Oh, there we go. Yep.
All right, finally.
We're going up
at
now.
long last, it's on to the new content.
Yay,
I've
new
never
content!
been more
Bro, I'm gonna be
ready.
so
Let's
mad if
do
it's
it.
just back in the original room. New content! And then it's just the beginning of the game again.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable
Imagine
Ultra Deluxe,
that.
mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Oh, okay. New content. The jump circle. Jumps remaining 36. Oh, you can finally jump with the DLC.
Alright.
I think.
Alright, let's see. It's the jump circle?
I can jump now! Whee! I don't have many opportunities to do this left. It doesn't work anymore.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Yeah, surely there's something else. There's gotta be. Oh, okay, back in the elevator.
Goodness. Another elevator.
We're going up.
Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
Yeah, no, not very
It's just
good.
elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there.
Dictionary
I
reading
could count to
content.
30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else.
Oh?
Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Oh, okay. This looks off. Oh, no. This is new. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy
Many
dollar.
such
And don't get me
cases.
started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and
Oh,
hold them
not on
personally
Twitter!
accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh. Where are we? Oh. This is very different. Oh, but it's a picture of the old hallway. Makes it a lot more cozy here. Good memories.
Psst. Stanley!
What the-
Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
I don't want to go in the vent! I'm venting? Oh. Okay.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be?
Yes,
But it got me
I
thinking
recall.
about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Okay. Sure. Is this motherfucking Elden Ring? What is this? Guys, it's Dark Souls 3. What the fuck is going on? What is going
I
on?
call it the memory zone.
What is
It's
this?
where I've been storing all
This
my
literally looks like the
favorite
beginning of
moments
Elden
so I can
Ring.
relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh. Oh, wow.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity.
Yeah, back in the
then,
day.
It all meant something.
The good old days. Oh, they framed a $1 bill. Oh, there's Stanley after going insane and dying in the street. In loving memory, Lil Stanley. Wait, there was a hamster named Stanley. I miss my hamster. This is very pretty.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
Every game ever
Did you
created.
hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing.
What?
It's no games at all. It isn't even
It
the
was
Stanley
Skyrim and
Parable
Persona
anymore.
3.
It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
An hour of... I never knew that the Mr. Destructoid emote was from a website. Destructoid. I never knew. To the basement. Oh, never mind. Oh, the two doors.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Oh, GameSpot.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else.
Guys,
It
I have a
didn't
jar of
need
marinara
new
sauce on my
content.
desk.
It just needed to be left
I just had to show
alone,
someone.
to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I heard a door open.
These were simpler times, Stanley.
Oh, the basement door.
But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
The Steam reviews. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Surely. Oh no, not recommended.
I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Oh.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
True. How dare they hate on the narrator? Oh, more not recommended reviews. He got the thumbs down. Oh boy.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Well...
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it...
I like that he left the names in too. Didn't censor them or anything.
Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
You Anonymous,
Perhaps
thanks
the
for the gift
Stanley
sub.
Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
No, it was a good game. I just played it today. Uh-oh. There's another one.
What's this one got to say?
10 hours!
You have to stop doing anything
10 hours
so the
played.
narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record.
No.
Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall
He's
have.
a people pleaser.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness.
The plant died.
To talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time.
How much
I stopped
time?
keeping track after a year.
A year?
Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you.
Sounds
To
like
begin
streaming.
with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All
Bro.
of them collapsed down into a single instant.
Like, I literally
In
did
that
not ask
instant,
him.
I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich...
Hello? Wait, he's gone. Wait! Wait, he's gone! Corpse Man, thanks for the sub. He's... I have no choice but to push it again. Why is it beeping? There's an alarm going off.
But they didn't
Alicia.
understand the game was never
Oh
meant
my
to be
fucking
funny.
god,
It was
I
meant to
felt
have
bad for a
point.
second.
It was meant to speak to
Of
the
course.
human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability.
How much time has passed? He's gone again.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
The fuck? Bro, it never ends! Bro, all this because he read 3 negative comments. Literally 3 guide, and he has to do this. He has to ruin everything. Oh, plants! I miss the narrator. What the fuck is going on out there? Oh shit! What the fuck? Guys, I think the button is broken. The world ended! Well, at least Stanley doesn't have to go back to his office job. Now he can play in the sand! But where the fuck am I supposed to— oh. Okay. Oh my god! Where's the narrator?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Yo, Cake. Thank you for the resub. And Quiet, thank you for the resub. It's so quiet. Where's the narrator? I already went through here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Wait, it said new content? Holy, I didn't see that. Okay, I'm gonna go back here,
This
though.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
I'll
well.
go next time it
Perhaps he wanted to
loops.
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, I have never been in this room before.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
We're going down.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No, it's to the right, my mistake.
Okay, if you say so.
No.
Bro!
not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
He has to check his notes.
Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
This does not... This looks very ominous. What the fuck?
No.
Squid Game.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this
Okay.
time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay. From the top.
Okay, well,
All of his co-workers were gone.
I'll do the
What
new
could it
content
mean?
this time.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, did I think I fucked it up. The new content door is gone. No. Okay, how did I unlock it in the first place? You can get it back later? Okay.
When Stanley...
Wait, what the fuck?
what?
Wait, I didn't even realize.
No, I restarted. I swear
this
I
was
definitely
different.
restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah,
It was
jackass.
right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
This is too many options. I'm gonna pick this one.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Again?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
I've
decided
played
to go
these
to the meeting room.
games
Perhaps he had
before.
simply missed a memo.
There's no doors now!
Yep, it's worse.
Yo,
I
Pieko,
might be
22
remembering
months.
This wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. Yo, Crankle, 2 months.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace
Devour
our
3
steps.
months. Okay. Bitch, what the fuck? What the
Now this-
fuck?
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
I
I
won!
know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. I don't feel right
A hollow
about this at
victory.
all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
The Stanley
All right,
Parable
I've got a
adventure line.
solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line.
Holy shit, the
Just follow the
TM.
line. How simple is that?
Okay, perfect. This is not normal. But okay, I'll follow it.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley,
are we?
to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
No, it made
You know what?
sense.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yay, adventure music! Oh my god, we're following the yellow line! This is awesome!
Cut the music.
Oh.
Go back and look at that fern.
What?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
I'm not good at remembering things like that, but I'll try. It was a plant.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no.
We're in the
not
same
again, Line.
place.
How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
You're right.
Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Oh, new door. New door opened.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
We're
Go
looping
on.
again!
Use your imagination.
It's a
Whatever it
loop!
might be, Stanley,
Oh.
I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you
The
again.
line's back!
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Well, I kinda have to. It's going the same way. Oh, it went into the ceiling.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
You've been playing the confusion ending for 17 minutes, 37 seconds. Find the line again. Time to make.
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide?
Both doors led to the same
room. In
room.
all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart
Oh shit,
the
he's
game.
fighting
I won't
back!
Do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped. Does that mean did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Broke the cycle.
Whatever it is that made this schedule. How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know,
You freaking Richard
I suppose
for
in
the
some
with the 5
way
gifted,
that
thank
this
you.
is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you do...
No! He forgot! He forgot!
All of his code
What is
gone.
Oh, it's
What
the
could it mean?
boxes!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All the boxes from the phone call. There's so many boxes! Surname... Okay. Yo, Monkey Milker, thanks for the prime. Okay, I can do the new content now, and then I can continue the box content, I suppose.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
I didn't
Yes,
actually.
I have something very exciting to show you. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
So true.
Forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why
What is going on?
proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable.
The Stanley Parable 2! No way! Oh my god. The end is never the end again.
Is far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions.
Oh
Think
my
of all
God.
the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Is this about Overwatch 2?
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term
and for pasta, thanks
franchising
for the sub.
potential.
Wow.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out.
That makes
Game
sense.
development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Makes sense, makes sense. Oh my god! The expo.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Oh, the button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Oh my god. No screenshots. New office. Red is the new orange. They updated, the new updated ray trace more of the same but in a good way. Wow. Collectibles. Oh, okay, so they have the jump circle, the map. A free achievement? Where? Oh my god. Yo, Cozy Gamer, thanks for the 10 gifted. The jump circle, wait.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
I don't get any new
well.
ones.
I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Oh man. Oh man. No screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
What the
Happy 12th
fuck?
Birthday, step-niece, it is.
Fuck you, asshole. He sucks.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on. A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it.
I love games like that,
I'm
though.
happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable.
Yo, Code Red, thanks for 5.
Reassurance bucket.
The reassurance
You see, Stanley,
bucket!
anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You
This
may
is
even come
huge.
to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Oh, okay, I will hold and cherish the bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma.
Charisma?
As well. I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Wow.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Incredible. I guess I just keep holding the reassurance bucket. I don't know. Excellent. I can keep holding it while I walk through the con.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Free achievement. Let's go. Pull the lever. Receive your new achievement. No more steps. Really?
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well,
Yes.
I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Fuck this guy. Yo, Jinzu, thank you for 1 year. Yeah, my day's fucking ruined. As if it wasn't ruined enough already. By this asshole of a narrator. Man.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I haven't gone up here. Can you find them? Find what? Collect them all. What is this?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly
I can't see shit. What is he talking about?
There will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
So stupid.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Oh, this is the exit. Is there anything else I haven't seen? I haven't gone to see the infinite hole. Rodenius, 4 months.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling.
Oh my
You
gosh.
can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a
Team
medium.
plays 2 months. But is it truly infinite? Is it really? I don't know. Oh.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top.
Oh, the
and we
teleport
can continue
button.
onward.
Oh, but it really just goes forever, huh?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
He just doesn't want me to find out it's not actually an infinite hole. exposing the laziness.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
You see?
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole.
It is very deep.
Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Me.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
I'm the problem.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you,
nah.
then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
The song, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Should I have stayed in the hole?
Oh,
he's mad.
I was right. The problem is you.
What? It's fun!
The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh.
Jarlatin, thank you for the resub.
Even shorter to you this time.
Yes.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you. And gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole.
Again!
If this starts to become a thing where... Oh, okay.
My light fell over.
I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh... Who am I to judge?
The hole!
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I'm staying in the hole. Fuck this guy. All he ever does is be rude and annoying. Fuck him. This hole is... I like the hole. Is
the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working.
Wait, I'm stuck in the hole now.
Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
No!
You get to be with the hole.
I can't jump out!
I get to do literally anything else.
What?
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
He left! Wait, no! I can't jump out of the hole! My jumps! Oh no! What is that? Let me out! No! Oofy, hello, thank you for the raid! Chat, say hello to Ufi and her viewers. Wait, I can't get out of the hole. I cannot jump. What is that? Ah! It's going down! No! Why did he leave? No, help! Narrator, come back! Come back! No! I'll just hold the reassurance bucket. Everything's gonna be fine. Oh my god! Oh my god! Change your perspective. Change your perception. What is this? Change your reality. Puppies! Oh my god! This is awesome! What is happening? Change yourself? What is happening? Oh my god!
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Oh.
Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment.
Oh yeah,
so
for
how
sure.
about
for
if
sure.
I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back.
No! Save me! Help. I don't want to be in the hole anymore. Oh. Okay, we're out of the hole.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
What an experience. The button that
For the
says
Stanley Parable 2,
Makula,
I asked
5 months.
myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Road to the perfect button. Too big, too small, just right. Nice. It's not gonna like call me an asshole or something, right?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that
my
is.
name.
Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along.
Oh,
I
okay.
promise you'll love it.
I'm Jim.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory.
Sorry.
If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
I am Jim.
Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally, dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim?
I don't know if I want to be Jim.
If so, then please step forward and press the button. Jim. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described
me.
you. Do
I'm
it again,
Jim.
do it again. Jim. Ooh. It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
No!
Otherwise,
Don't
soon
take
you'll
the
start
Jim
to lose
button away
all
from
sense
me!
of who you actually are.
No! I feel an emptiness inside now. I hate this guy. Well, time to leave with my reassurance bucket. I will never be Jim again.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it,
I didn't mean to cut him off.
Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Will you say it again? Or did I ruin it? I missed the Jim button. Swasifer, thank you for 2 months. And Ams, 2 months. An epilogue. Okay. Settings World Champion. The door's locked! Okay, did I look at everything? The exit's there. Go into this. Oh. You have to toggle every setting? Oh my god. This? Fuck! What did I miss? I don't care anymore. Let me out. I don't care anymore. I'm not the world champ. Scan the QR code. Okay.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? What?
Oops. It's a 9-fucking-minute video! Is that what I'm supposed to see? Let me see what it's called. It's unlisted. Okay, I should be able to pull it up from my history, though. Wait, I can't! Help! I'm trying to pull it up on my PC. Oh, brother. Okay.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course.
Breakfast!
Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are waiting that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old.
Oh my god, that's
why
me.
We have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity.
Fuck.
Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing
27-year-old awkward e-girl describes encounter with naked gay men at a bar dancing like cowboys. They weren't naked, first of all.
Shirts at
they were
once,
not naked.
Which is a sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once.
Oh my god.
Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing
but
the
you
Stanley
see the
Parable,
helicopter move,
watching
though?
your precious youth fritter away hour after hour? We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video
I keep
games
looking
can
at the
get.
emote. Stop.
And if you don't believe me,
They
let's
weren't
look at
naked.
the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game.
What a terrible experience.
Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the
changed it
most
to half
important
naked.
role
Okay,
on the
that
team.
is acceptable,
The
I
ideas
guess.
guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to
Asami,
the
9
rest of
months.
the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. the game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes.
Spoiler, I've never seen that before.
Caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square.
Wait, what did he... The
Second,
what?
the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy.
Wait, did he say
whose
pornography?
Personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed
I thought I misheard
in
him.
multiple locations
Never mind, I
throughout
guess.
the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense, but we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit.
Yay!
We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha!
My dad!
Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next
Gregory
up,
is
it's
my
time
dad's
to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film.
Anyone?
And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to.
Oh, man.
And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubblegum and cheated hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their
my
parents as well.
I gotta pay for my own
shit. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all.
Time Dracula?
Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels. For today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
Wow, that was a beautiful infomercial. Billy, he died when he was 3 years old! Oh my god. Jesus. Man, this unlisted video has 200k views. Oh man.
Okay, I'm trying to get Teddy to honk. Teddy?
That's fucking Dobby! That's a house elf, not a cat!
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted. Okay. I think I've looked at all of the pieces of the expo. I think I'm ready to leave. Actually, I want to go check on the hole. I think I should check on the hole. And then I think I'm good to go. I think I will have seen everything then. Oh, never mind. He closed the door. Asshole! I wanted to see the hole. Take a screenshot first. I don't have a screenshot button on my keyboard actually. It did not work. Oh. I did press F12. Dude, oh, and then no screen. Oh, okay. Wrong area? But this one says no screenshots as well. I'll try it again, I guess. Are y'all sure? I think it's broken. Okay, I think I did everything though. Alright. Time to go. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working.
All right.
Oh.
Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move
Yes,
on
I
now?
checked everything. Time to leave.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Yeah,
Yes, I
they're
know it's not
great.
exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
36 jumps!
Well, I mean, there's
And there's a big
potential
hole
here,
in a
right?
bucket.
It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2.
Twice, 16 months.
Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh my god, a new title screen! Wow! Very nice. It's got the settings and everything, the credits.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building.
It's got the balloons! It's got the new features! The blue balloons!
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at...
Oh. I clicked it. I didn't mean to.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Happy 12th
Stanley
birthday,
decided to go to the
step-niece.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket! Yes!
Stanley picked up the
Tasteful. Very nice.
bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, I'll do it for once.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy.
Oh my God!
It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong
That's right,
friend.
that's right.
You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting
What?
friends? That your relationship
How
is
can
purely
this be?
superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I've never...
That's fucked up.
Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Well, I'm not giving it the bucket.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Ooh,
now
a
it's settled.
sticker.
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, Broom Closet,
Yeah,
with all your
fuck you,
meandering
Broom
philosophical
Closet.
diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Yeah.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, I'll just keep following it for once. To be rich, is it a crime to commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life would be to have to pick just one.
You found one of them. One
Yay!
of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Yay. Lucky me. Wait, this is different.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
So true.
Even
True and
now,
real.
In his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
2845.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket
Typical.
knew all along? Was the bucket guiding
What's going
him?
on?
Yes, this is certainly the
shit.
most logical explanation.
Another one!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
A Stanlerine. Alright, down we go.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead
Oh.
through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Okay, you know, sure. I'll bite.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh, okay.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped. monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Not the bucket.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Never!
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Okay, so I've seen 1, 2, 5. Here's a 3. Surely it's not just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Can I not go up here? Looks like there's one up there. Where is 4? Am I supposed to just go up there? I can't see shit, bro!
When at last they came to the source of the room's power,
What are the
Stanley
number
and the
buttons
bucket
for?
knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
It's Jover.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
Well,
True,
why?
it was a simple life they envisioned, but
Lemon,
it was
6
one
months.
they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Oh
Even the
no!
facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place.
No,
not
we're
while he
trapped
has
here
such
forever.
a precious bucket in his arms.
Wabajack,
Not
7
while
months.
this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Oh, okay, we're back here again, but no bucket this time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, wait, no, the bucket is here.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort
It's got the
rushed
sticker
over
still,
him.
too. Interesting. This is different. Ish.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
Okay,
Go to the cargo lift.
Do I go to the wife thing or the red and blue door?
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Why is
Stanley
the
did not
bucket
question
Australian?
Why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Wait! There's a thing over there! I didn't even know you could go over there. How the fuck do you get over there?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
Ah,
Stanley,
frick.
how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
Okay, fair
so
enough.
Much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh, okay. What is going on?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
This will be easy.
Simple enough, right?
Yes.
This should tell us everything
Yo,
we'll ever
Zenom,
need
thanks
to
for the
know
prime.
about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes!
Incorrect.
What?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Bro!
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No?
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh my god, I'm so good at this. I think I get it now. I think I get it.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No! Frick!
This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket.
See,
To be
my
honest,
eyes do
I
work.
just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
Next one. Is this a bucket?
This is stressing me out! No!
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
This is stressing me out, bro! I don't know! What am I gonna get? No, it's not a bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
I can't do anything right.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Is nothing a bucket? Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
No.
I'm afraid the bucket is
it's not letting me click the
our
X.
relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No!
Okay, here we go.
The bucket!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket?
Everything.
Oh my God, I had no idea.
Am I a bucket?
Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news.
Yo, Ichigo, 6 months.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But
Julie,
if you run into
15
anyone
months.
else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Ah,
All right, here we go.
I'm going crazy. Oh man. Okay, I need to pee real quick and I'm gonna heat up some pizza. It should take like 45 seconds. Oh god. I need time to think about what just happened. Be right back. pizza left from when Simply came over, so I just heated up the whole half of the pizza. Fuck yeah. Alright. No bucket now, this is so sad.
This was uncomfortable. And Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Oh my god, on the hunt for the safe space. That's me every day. The bucket!
The confusion and the chaos all seemed
I thought
to
he was
melt
getting rid
away
of the bucket.
as Stanley embraced the bucket.
I was scared for a sec.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I want to try to get
Stanley
that
had
figure.
felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Yippee!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
He'll figure it out, won't worry. Where am I? Oh, new area. I think. Where the fuck are we? This is a strange room. Oh.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel
Oh, he went
every
crazy.
time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling.
Yo, Frosty Jedi, 16 months.
And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the
Yo,
bucket.
Blob, thank you for the prime.
This is my golden ticket.
The golden
But I
ticket.
have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
Oh my god. What's Gambarata? Oh wow.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing? Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Wife time.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Yo, Coochie
Said
Cope.
the bucket.
Thank you for
don't
the
go to
sub.
the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Okay.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
That is sad. This is a nice apartment. Hello, Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Press F to take me to work with you. Okay.
The Stanley Parable reassurance bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Oh, well, he's crazy. Press C to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
B to go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from
Yo,
one
Mitchie, thank you
location
for the
to a
Prime.
different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press B for us to go back home. Okay, bucket.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press M to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press G to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press V to relive the same day with me over and over. That sounds awesome!
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press I to go home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket.
Bro.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket
Why
has
are there
to say.
candles and the
asks.
bedroom's
What's
open?
wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be
What
less
is going
confusing.
on?
Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No!
I need it.
Stay back!
Give it to me now.
No!
Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Oh. So the bucket became my wife. It replaced the other wife ending. Oh my god.
Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Wow. How nice.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I already did the red door bucket thing, haven't
And
I?
here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
What is going on?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Why is there paper
Stanley
everywhere?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Should I stop taking the bucket?
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered
Trying
the
to think
door on
which
his
things
left.
I haven't done. How can we find them? Bottom text. There will be a reward for finding them all. Surely. Oh wait. Stairs, something with stairs somewhere red and blue.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I found it!
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figurines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first
Figurines.
number will equal the second number,
Okay,
and
and then-
that will be it.
I thought I already
We'll be
went to
different
where the
people
red and
by
blue
then.
doors are.
Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't
Very
go back
nice.
to when you had no Figurines. None of us can.
I don't know if it's gonna let me go back. I guess I'll just keep walking.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
I am
He looked down at
crazy.
the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
The bucket
Someone
was
else's
swapped
bucket,
out!
Perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience
This is
without
terrible.
the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now
very
he felt himself
strange.
floating off the ground. Oh, gracious. He exclaimed,
Oh, here we go
"Without
again.
my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it." Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. "Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket." Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them
Where's
were his
the special bucket? No.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Oh my god.
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking
Oh,
and screaming
boy.
to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was.
She took the
This
bucket.
man had no bucket.
Oh, of course.
Of course he'd gone
Of
mad,
course he went
ranting
crazy.
and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken
Yeah,
his
if
bucket
only.
with him.
Why didn't he think of that?
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be.
Very cruel.
And she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself.
Heck yes.
My life kicks ass. And she backpacked all the way to work.
Yay! Happy ending for Mariella, at least.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
I keep seeing people say climb on the chair. What chair? Oh. I've done it. Help! Why is everything white?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken
Oh.
the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Yeah, this is really
Why don't
cool.
we take a minute just to drink it all in?
This is amazing.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible.
What the
and see
fuck?
how long you can
Yeah,
maintain.
this white screen fucking sucks.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very
I'm outside
old
the office.
and was quite particularly gangly.
Gangly?
What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
Frick.
Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
Ina the Duck,
You
thanks for the
too
prime.
will become quite unbearable.
He's pretty good at that, huh? Steve, 6 months. PogChamp, thanks for the prime. Does it just keep going? The sequel is now paused.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Chef
decided
Man,
to go
thanks
to
for
the
the 4
meeting room.
months.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Whee!
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last,
Yay!
out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating
wow.
the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket.
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Some real
said the bucket.
schizo shit.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
Golem!
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming
God.
into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
A time vampire!
My God, Stanley, you did it! You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power.
Wait,
Otherwise,
this is
we would have
wrong.
easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power.
This is
Those
wrong.
speeches. You've demonstrated such bravery here today.
Oh my god.
Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What have I not done yet? Oh, I should go try to find the last Stanley figurine.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him
it's
that the
a place that's red and
was
blue.
simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be
You
correct,
can't do it with the
was this
bucket?
better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Oh man.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh my god, the broom closet and my wife are here! And my child! And the yellow line!
You
and
see,
the pencil
your
sharpener!
friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
Oh my god!
We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the adventure line and the broom closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
True.
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Oh shit, Adventure Line Part 2. Where's it gonna take us?
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
It is trademarked. The silly music is back. Let's fucking
now, this is what the Stanley Parable
I was
is all
jamming,
about.
but okay.
Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
No, I'm not!
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
To give something up? What would that be? It can't be. Oh my god, the deep descent.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
My bucket!
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Well, he's locked us in. I guess this
Now
is
listen
it,
to
bucket.
me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about?
The bucket!
Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset
Oh,
now.
it's getting
You'll have to hurry
pissed.
and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the adventure line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
Oh, Jesus!
Quickly now! The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Oh my goodness.
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such
It's
marvelous
dead.
things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now.
No.
Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Goodbye, bucket destroyer.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support.
I'm
and
ignoring the
guidance from
bucket this
others,
time.
So the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Oh. Well, I want to try to get the
Stanley came
thing,
to a set
the
of
figure.
two open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Okay, I'm on the hunt for the
Convinced that I want
figure.
something bad to happen to you? Why... I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on
there it
your
is.
side. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly
So at this
Wiggly.
moment, Stanley,
Yo, Fizz, thanks for the
this
gift sub.
is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Oh, well, that was quite unfulfilling.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I've already done the red door. I think that there could be like a blue door ending I haven't done yet.
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley.
We'll see.
You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see?
No, I did
There's
do the
nothing
blue
here.
door, but
Haven't even finished building this section of the map.
when I went to the
because
lower
you were never
area, I
supposed to be
walked
here in
off the
first
side,
place.
and I don't.
Broken
There might be
rooms,
something else.
exposed
I mean, maybe
developer
not.
textures. Is this
Anonymous,
what
thank you
you
for the gift
wanted?
sub.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Bro, where's
Do you
this
not
the
think I put a
skip
lot of
button? I'm still in the
I'm into
DLC.
that because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go
Wait,
ahead,
actually, I think
Stanley.
I did
Take it
already
for a
do
spin.
this. I'm not playing the baby game for 4
I'm going to
hours.
stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say
I'll
that the
give
game
him a 5
benefited
this
from
time.
allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for...
Maybe I should just restart. What have I not done? I don't think I've ever done the plain vanilla, like, following the instructions ending, actually. I always... What?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most
Yeah, I'm gonna play Monster Hunter Wilds when it comes out.
Life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love
Limgrave again.
Visit the figurines.
Okay.
Just one more time.
Sure, if that's what makes you happy. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles, nice. Oh, alright, we go down now, I guess, this time?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh. There it is. One of the figures. A 7th one! Well, now it doesn't mean much. If there's more than 6. There could be an infinite number of them. Oh.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom.
I sure
You
did.
did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
The warehouse! I don't know, I don't remember.
No. The warehouse was the 4th place you found a Figanli, not the 3rd.
I fucked up.
Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the warehouse feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. But I won't.
Let's see. What came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Oh, 10 out of 6. Very good stuff. Ah, under the stairs. Yeah, that's right.
Mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Oh, a little video.
Enjoy.
What is this? What's that down there? Oh my god. Yeah, it's 2007. Mini stand number 5. Holy shit. You found it under the stairs. I did. What the fuck was that?
Takes you back, doesn't it?
Sure does.
I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Oh. Ah, the 2 doors.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
12 out of 6.
Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh. Okay. You are in the present.
And then
oh my god, it's
there was
me!
No more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Goodbye, Memory Zone.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on.
What a debate!
Stop the loading screen.
Oh,
Isn't there
we're
some way
going back.
we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction.
What? No!
See how that feels.
Wait, it's the fern that I was supposed to remember. Again!
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one
You know,
is
Nature
the
Pulse,
most
2
distinct
months.
and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Okay, we're going back, I guess. Retracing. Whatever makes you happy,
and here's
narrator.
where I made that video. Don't you remember the video?
Yeah, it
we
was a
watched?
really good video. Oh my god! It's really good.
Yes, I love that video.
Incredible. Alright, 14 out of 6.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Not a bad room at all. Alright, back
These
here.
really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Oh, okay. I never went this way. Oh, there's nothing there, I think. Alright, back to the bathroom.
This was our second Figly.
17 out of 6!
Yes, I remember it too.
This is some
the
gluttony
past is
shit.
truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Oh, okay. I guess we're just gonna keep reliving the past forever.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
I don't know. Jesus. Collect them all! Oh, wow.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally
What? No, this
sold
was
on. I
awesome!
remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
More memories. Let's keep going.
Oh, yes, the 2 doors.
Classic.
Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Oh. In the office room.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
Nope.
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes,
I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, I'm gonna finally do the normal following all instructions playthrough after like 4 hours. Hi! Oh shit, Cheddar's here! Cheddar! You showed up at the perfect time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I will follow all directions. Reboot the game entirely?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
that's
disbelief,
new.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Yo, Cheddar. Cheddar! Come on! Move! Bro, he's in front of the screen. No, don't step on the keyboard. Okay. Wait. I'ma do it. I'm following the instructions. Cheddar's here! It is 9:16 p.m. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Let me tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. I'll let you get back to the video game now. Wow.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Y'all want to see
Stanley
Cheddar?
worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Fuck, I'm stuck.
Employee
I'd have
number
to.
427's job
Please
was
don't
simple.
move, Cheddar.
He sat at his desk in room 427
Come
and
on,
he pushed
Cheddar.
buttons on the
Don't
keyboard.
move.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day. All of his co-workers were gone.
No, don't
What did it
leave,
mean?
please.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Cheddar. Okay, you can leave if you want. Farewell. What are you doing, bro? Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
No way.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
He's so smart.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Cheddar.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him?
Go back up.
This question would not go unanswered for long. Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
It's not letting me go back down.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated.
Such a wise ass.
It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
I saw Emily say to do that.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all this?
Cheddar!
Surely This time, Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor where Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
Oh, I've never been
Facility.
down the escape path.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
What? Oh shit, Cheddar's making biscuits on me, bro.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
I haven't been down here at all. Oh my god. What? Oh shit.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned
We're
and
stuck.
willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
Oh my god!
Stanley,
We're gonna die! Ah! Oh. Oh.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the
Who the
enormous
fuck are
metal
you?
jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh. I'm alive!
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Holy. Very nice. It's fucking solitaire. I was like, Bolitro? Brain rot, brain rot, brain rot.
It's the kind of thing you pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad.
Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for
You'll
him.
probably
All his
spend the
buttons
next hour
pushing.
trying to solve
Does that
it.
sound plausible
Here,
to you?
I'm just going to make this easy on you.
When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the
Jesus.
top of the facility.
Schizo shit. I'm guessing this is not the path I was supposed to take to see the actual ending, right?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
Help!
Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
I will save them! Is that a waste?
This is the story of a man.
Fuck! Okay. Speed run time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
Okay,
Feeling
last
a wave
run.
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
My bad, bro, my bad. My bad.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Alright, down we go. Yo, Cheddar's actually sleeping in my lap. This is rare. He's usually not really a lap dog or a lap cat, whatever.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Yeah, I did this before with the bucket, but not without it.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Alright, I'm still following directions.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How
Who gives a fuck?
Freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, He realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all.
It's so beautiful outside.
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Oh. I got the true ending. Yeah, I know there's like 20 more endings, but I've already been playing the game for like 3 or 4 hours. It's a really good game though. Thanks for the recommendation, y'all. It's a very good game. Very, very good game. Okay. I've been live for 5 hours, but I feel like kinda shit, so I might just call it a short one today because I also have to finish a couple things for Tuesday. But yeah, Tuesday will be the Lunar New Year party stream. It will be very fun. I hope that you guys will watch. I have a lot of fun stuff planned. And yeah, I have to send some messages and finish up some last things before Tuesday, so I guess 9:30 is a decent time to stop. But yeah, thank you for the recommendation. This is Sub Sunday. Every Sunday I now play games that subs recommend and vote for in the Discord, so if you're interested in voting or suggesting a game, you can do that in there. I'll be back on Tuesday.